Hello, detective.
Welcome to Moon's Fairy Tales. Today, we step into the world of angels, demons, and mystery with a tale of Lucifer Morningstar. What if a rogue angel returned to Earth, seeking revenge against heaven, hell, and Lucifer himself? What if the devil had to make the ultimate sacrifice to save Los Angeles and his place among the realms? Sit back, relax, and let the shadows of celestial intrigue pull you in. Chapter 1: Gamble. The air was thick with tension, the kind that made your skin crawl before you even entered the room. Detective Chloe Decker stood at the threshold of the dimly lit alley, her hand on her hip, fingers brushing the handle of her firearm. Something about this crime scene felt different, colder, more sinister than the usual horrors of Los Angeles. Well, what have we here? The familiar drawl of Lucifer Morningstar broke through the heavy silence, his figure materializing beside her, dressed as always in his tailored suit, with that infuriating grin plastered on his face. To him, every crime scene was a game, a spectacle. Chloe had long grown used to it, though it still grated on her nerves. Not just any murder, she muttered, stepping past the yellow tape, her eyes scanning the chaos before her. The body, a middle-aged man, eyes wide open in shock, lay crumpled at an awkward angle, his skin marred with what could only be described as burns. But not like anything Chloe had ever seen. The edges of the marks seemed to shimmer, almost as if they were alive, pulsing with a faint glow. Symbols, ancient, unreadable, were etched into the man's flesh. They looked deliberate, ritualistic. Intriguing, Lucifer said, his tone playful, though Chloe caught a brief flicker of something else in his eyes. Recognition, perhaps? Looks like we've got another psycho out here, branding their victims, Chloe said, crouching to examine the symbols more closely. Her brows furrowed. But this feels different. Well, darling, not everything is as it seems, Lucifer replied, now standing behind her, looking over her shoulder with far too much interest for her liking. Lucifer, she began, trying to shake off the tension that had settled between them, does this look familiar to you? Lucifer's smile faltered, just for a split second. I wouldn't say familiar, per se. But there's let's call it a whiff of something otherworldly. Chloe stood up, turning to face him. Otherworldly? She narrowed her eyes, knowing full well where this was going. She had spent years trying to rationalize Lucifer's cryptic references to his devilish past, dismissing them as metaphor. But this was different. You're not seriously saying this is divine? He interrupted, his smile returning. Well, I wouldn't jump to conclusions. After all, it could be any number of things. Demonic, celestial, infernal. Heaven knows there are plenty of players in this little cosmic game. Chloe rolled her eyes. I'm serious, Lucifer. This isn't a joke. Neither is the crime, detective. He stepped closer to the body, kneeling down to get a better look. His expression darkened. I'm picking up on something strange. Strange how? Lucifer paused, his eyes tracing the glowing symbols on the victim's skin. Let's just say, I've felt this before. A long time ago. Chloe's patience was running thin. Stop with the riddles. What do you know? Lucifer stood, brushing imaginary dust from his pants. It's nothing I can say for sure, not yet. But I'd wager my favorite suit that someone, or something, is playing with fire. Quite literally. She shook her head, frustrated by his usual half answers. Fine. But don't think for a second you're getting out of this investigation. You know something, and you're going to help me figure out what. Lucifer's smile broadened. Darling, I wouldn't dream of leaving your side. Later that evening, Lux was unusually quiet. The thrum of the city seemed to fade as Chloe entered the lavish nightclub, trailing behind Lucifer, who made his way toward the bar with the usual swagger. The familiar faces of Amenadiel and Maze waited in the shadows, their expressions unreadable. "Ah, Amenadiel, Maze!" Lucifer called out, arms wide as though greeting old friends, though the tension in the room was palpable. It seems our little city is once again the playground for something celestial. Celestial? Maze's voice was sharp, a dangerous edge to her words. She crossed her arms, leaning against the bar. I knew I smelled something off. Amenadiel's expression was far more somber. I felt it too, he admitted, his deep voice steady. There's a disturbance. Something powerful. Chloe watched the exchange, feeling more like an outsider than ever. She had grown used to the cryptic conversations, the mentions of heaven and hell, but there was always a part of her that tried to rationalize it. This time, though, it felt different. Real. You think heaven's involved? Chloe asked, directing her question to Amenadiel, who always seemed the most grounded in these situations. No, he replied, shaking his head. This isn't heaven's doing. It's older. Darker. Something from the past, something that's been waiting. Lucifer chuckled, though there was no humor in it. Yes, well, whoever it is, they've certainly made quite the mess. Those symbols, they're not just for show. May stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with a predator's hunger. Do you think it's one of us? Lucifer glanced at her, his smile fading. It's possible. But it's not just a demon's handiwork. This feels like someone trying to send a message. Chloe had heard enough. Then we find out what that message is. Fast. By the time they left Lux, Chloe's mind was racing. She didn't want to believe it, didn't want to believe that something supernatural was behind these murders, but the evidence was mounting. The symbols, the burns, Lucifer's reaction. All of it pointed to something bigger than a simple murder case. As they drove through the darkened streets of LA, Lucifer was uncharacteristically quiet, his gaze fixed out the window. Lucifer, Chloe said, her voice softer now. If this is connected to your world, I need to know what we're dealing with. For a long moment, he didn't answer. Then, finally, he turned to her, his expression more serious than she'd seen in a long time. Detective, this isn't just a game. Whoever's doing this, they're sending a message. To me. To heaven. To hell. And trust me, you don't want to be caught in the crossfire. Chloe's grip on the steering wheel tightened. Well, too bad. I'm already in it. Lucifer's smile returned, but it didn't reach his eyes. Yes, you are. And I have a feeling this is only the beginning. Chapter 2, Blood and Feathers. The city of Los Angeles never slept, and tonight was no different. Neon lights flickered in the distance, painting the night sky in a muted haze of pink and orange. Chloe's mind, however, was far from the distractions of the city. The crime scene from earlier still clung to her thoughts like a dark cloud. The next morning, as Chloe and Lucifer arrived at the LAPD, the tension between them was palpable. Lucifer strolled in, his usual devil-may-care attitude on full display, while Chloe was focused, her mind racing with questions she didn't yet have answers to. She had already spent hours combing through reports, looking for any similar cases, anything to connect the strange symbols and burns. Nothing. "Detective," Lucifer called from across the precinct, his voice dripping with that infuriating charm, "I trust you found some mortal clue to lead us on our way?" He flashed her a grin, but Chloe wasn't in the mood. "Not yet," she muttered, sitting down at her desk, her eyes flicking to the case file. "But we have another body." Lucifer's smile faded, but playfulness replaced by a sharp edge of curiosity. "Another?" Chloe nodded. "Same kind of wounds. Symbols. But this one is different. He wasn't just a random victim. This guy, he was involved in something. A cult." Lucifer raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "A cult, you say?" "Well, this just got interesting. They call themselves the Children of the Divine." Chloe's voice was hard, but laced with concern. "It's a small group, but they're obsessed with angels, demons, all that celestial stuff you love to talk about. The victim's name is Henry Sanders. He's been arrested before for vandalism, breaking into old churches, tagging angelic symbols on the walls, that kind of thing." Lucifer leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. "Ah, the misguided zealots. Always fun to watch." Chloe's eyes narrowed. "This isn't a joke, Lucifer. These people believe in the things you claim to be part of. And now one of them is dead, branded with those symbols. We need to figure out what they mean." Lucifer sighed, standing up and pacing around her desk. Fine. If it'll make you feel better, I'll assist you in your little quest for knowledge. Though I still maintain, this doesn't feel like heaven's doing." Chloe stared at him. "Then what? Hell's?" Lucifer's eyes met hers, the intensity of his gaze unnerving her for a moment. "That's what we need to find out." The Children of the Divine were easy enough to locate, an underground society hidden in the shadows of the city. The group met in the basement of an old, rundown building in the heart of Los Angeles, far from the prying eyes of law enforcement. Chloe, her hand resting on her holster, led the way, Lucifer following with a casual air, as if they were headed to a dinner party rather than a potential crime scene. The basement was lit by flickering candles, casting long, eerie shadows on the cracked walls. Symbols, similar to those found on the victims, were scrawled in chalk along the floors and walls, their jagged lines glowing faintly in the dim light. Lucifer glanced around, a bemused smile tugging at his lips. "Well, isn't this quaint?" Chloe shot him a look, silencing whatever sarcastic comment he was about to make. The leader of the group, a thin man with wild eyes and a tattered robe, approached them. "You don't belong here," he hissed, his gaze flicking nervously to Lucifer, then back to Chloe. "We're with the LAPD," Chloe said, flashing her badge. "We're investigating a series of murders, and it looks like your little group might be involved." The man's eyes widened. "We would never harm anyone. We worship the angels. We revere them." Lucifer chuckled, stepping forward. "Oh, I'm sure your devotion is admirable. But it seems someone might be taking things a little too far, don't you think?" The man's gaze shifted, fear flickering across his face. You wouldn't understand." "Try me," Chloe said, her voice firm. The man hesitated, then motioned for them to follow. He led them deeper into the basement, to a small room where a shrine had been constructed. At the center was a crude statue, depicting an angel with its wings spread wide, but the face was contorted in agony, its body scarred with symbols similar to those found on the victims. "This is what we believe," the man whispered, his voice trembling. That angels, they are not as they seem. They suffer, just like us. They rebel against the will of heaven. And some walk among us. Lucifer stiffened, the air around him growing colder. Chloe glanced at him, noticing the shift in his demeanor. You believe there are angels here? In Los Angeles, she asked, her voice tinged with skepticism. The man nodded fervently. Yes. We see them in our visions. Some have fallen from grace, cast out of heaven, but they still walk among us. They're hiding, watching, waiting for the right time to strike. His voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper, we honor them. We know their pain. Lucifer stepped closer to the man, his voice suddenly cold, devoid of its usual playful tone. You think honoring them with these rituals will save you from their wrath? That it makes you worthy of their attention? The man faltered, staring into Lucifer's eyes as if sensing something deeper, something far older. You don't understand. We don't mean harm. We just want to understand them, to be close to them. Chloe, feeling the tension rise between Lucifer and the man, stepped in. Look, we're not here to shut down your group. We just need to know if anyone here was involved in the murders. The man shook his head violently. No one from our group would do such a thing. We revere the angels. We would never harm anyone in their name. Before Chloe could press further, Maze appeared out of the shadows, her expression grim. There's something you need to see. Maze led them to the back of the building, into a small, locked room that the cult leader had not shown them. The moment the door creaked open, the stench hit them, a metallic, acrid smell of blood mixed with something darker, more sinister. Chloe's stomach churned as she stepped inside. Scrawled on the walls were more symbols, but these were drawn in blood, not chalk. In the center of the room lay a makeshift altar, and atop it, a set of wings, bloody, torn, and unmistakably angelic. The feathers were stained red, some burned at the edges, as though they had been ripped from a living being. Chloe's heart pounded in her chest. What the hell is this? Lucifer, standing rigid beside her, stared at the wings with an intensity she hadn't seen before. He reached out, brushing his fingers lightly over one of the feathers, his face unreadable. They've been playing with things they don't understand, Maze said, her voice low, dangerous. Whoever did this, they weren't just worshipping angels. They were trying to summon one. Chloe's mind raced. Summon an angel? That's insane. Not so insane, Lucifer murmured, his voice distant. If you know the right rituals, the right words, it's possible to draw them out. Maze scoffed. But whoever did this isn't just summoning any angel. This is someone with a grudge, someone who wants power. Chloe frowned, her stomach twisting in knots. Who could want something like this? Lucifer's gaze darkened, his jaw tightening. Someone who knows how to play both sides. Someone who's tired of waiting. Chloe glanced at him, confusion written across her face. What are you talking about? Lucifer turned to her, his eyes burning with a fierce, unsettling light. I know who's behind this. And trust me, detective, this isn't just about murders. This is personal. Back at the precinct, Chloe sifted through the case files, her mind still trying to wrap around everything they had uncovered. The cult, the symbols, the wings, they were pieces of a puzzle she wasn't sure she wanted to solve. Lucifer had been quiet since they left the building, retreating into his own thoughts, something he rarely did. But as the hours ticked by, Chloe's phone buzzed, snapping her back to the present. It was a message from Maze. "We need to talk. Come to Lux." Chloe grabbed her coat, not bothering to tell Lucifer. He'd follow if he wanted. She arrived at Lux to find Maze waiting for her at the bar, a grim look on her face. "There's something you need to know," Maze said, not wasting any time with pleasantries. "I've been tracking down some old contacts, looking into these symbols." Chloe leaned in, her pulse quickening. "And it's not just any angel we're dealing with." Maze's eyes flickered with anger. "It's someone who fell during the rebellion. Someone who was never supposed to be here." Chloe's brow furrowed. "A fallen angel?" Maze nodded. "His name is Anael. He's not like Lucifer or Amanadiel. He was cast out, but he never accepted it. He's been hiding, waiting for his chance to get revenge on both heaven and hell." Chloe felt a chill run down her spine. "What does he want?" Maze's jaw tightened. "He wants to destroy everything. He doesn't care about heaven or hell anymore. He just wants to watch it all burn." Chloe's mind raced, the weight of the situation settling in her chest. If this Anael was behind the murders, if he was using these rituals to gain power, then they were dealing with something far more dangerous than she had anticipated. "And Lucifer?" Chloe asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Maze's eyes darkened. "This is personal for him. Anael was one of the angels who stood against him during the rebellion. If he's back, it means Lucifer is in the crosshairs." Chloe's heart sank. This wasn't just a case anymore. It was a war, and they were standing on the front lines. When Chloe returned to the precinct, Lucifer was waiting for her, his face set in a hard, unreadable expression. "So," he said, his voice low, "Maze filled you in, I assume?" Chloe nodded. "Why didn't you tell me about him?" "About Anael?" Lucifer's gaze flickered with something close to regret. "Because, Detective, I hoped it wouldn't come to this. I thought he was long gone." Chloe crossed her arms, her voice firm. "Well, he's not. And if we don't stop him, more people are going to die." Lucifer's jaw clenched. "I know." For the first time since they started working together, Chloe saw something in Lucifer she hadn't seen before: fear. Not for himself, but for the people caught in the middle of a war that had been raging long before she was born. She stepped closer, her voice softening. "We'll stop him, Lucifer. Together." Lucifer's eyes met hers, and for a moment, the weight of centuries seemed to lift from his shoulders. But only for a moment. "Let's hope you're right, Detective," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Because if we don't, there won't be anything left to save." Chapter 3: Revelation. The steady hum of the LAPD precinct felt suffocating. The usual flow of suspects, officers, and paperwork surrounded Chloe, but her mind was elsewhere. The revelation that Anael, a fallen angel, was behind the gruesome murders had shifted everything she thought she knew about the case. More than that, it had shaken Lucifer in ways she hadn't expected. She glanced up from her desk, watching as Lucifer paced near the window, his expression dark and unreadable. His usual nonchalance was absent. He hadn't made a sarcastic remark in hours, and that silence told her more than words ever could. "Lucifer," Chloe finally said, breaking the tension, "we need to talk about this." "About him." Lucifer stopped pacing and turned to face her, his eyes flashing with something close to regret. "Detective, I didn't want to involve you in this part of my past. I thought I could handle it." Chloe stood, crossing the room to stand in front of him. "You don't get to decide what I'm involved in, Lucifer. Not when people are dying." He sighed, his hand running through his dark hair in frustration. "You don't understand. Anael isn't just another fallen angel. He's dangerous, unstable. He always was, even before he fell." Chloe's gaze hardened. "So why didn't you tell me sooner?" Lucifer looked away, his voice dropping to a whisper. Chapter 3, Revelation. The heavy Los Angeles air clung to Chloe as she walked into Lux, the flickering lights of the city contrasting sharply with the dark atmosphere inside. This time, the usually bustling club felt eerily quiet, the pounding music reduced to a distant hum. Maze was waiting at the bar, her eyes dark, her demeanor even more dangerous than usual. "Found something," Maze said without preamble, sliding a small, old-looking piece of parchment across the bar towards Chloe. The edges were charred, the symbols on it barely visible, but unmistakably similar to the markings on the victims. Chloe studied the paper for a moment, her mind racing. "Where did you get this?" Maze smirked, leaning back, her arms crossed. "Let's just say a few enthusiastic members of the Children of the Divine were willing to part with it after I persuaded them." "Persuaded how?" Chloe asked, but already knew the answer from the faint gleam in Maze's eyes. "It doesn't matter," Maze replied dismissively. "What matters is that this parchment is part of something much bigger. It's connected to Anael, to the rituals, to everything." Chloe frowned, running her fingers over the scorched edges. "Anael." Lucifer mentioned him, but not much more. "What else do we know about him?" Maze's smirk faded, replaced by something much darker. Anael wasn't like the others. During Lucifer's rebellion, most angels chose sides, some stayed loyal to heaven, others followed Lucifer. But Anael, he never picked a side. He was the shadow in the background, playing both fields, always waiting for the right moment. When Lucifer fell, Anael vanished. "Vanished?" Chloe echoed. "Where did he go?" "No one knows," Maze continued, her voice low. "He's been in hiding for centuries. Everyone thought he'd gone mad. But now it seems he's resurfaced, and he's angry. He wants revenge on heaven, hell, and everyone who betrayed him." Chloe's heart sank. Another unhinged celestial being in Los Angeles was the last thing they needed. "What does this parchment mean, then?" Maze's fingers drummed lightly on the bar. "It's part of a ritual. A powerful one. Anael's planning to gather enough power to tear through the veil between realms. If he pulls it off, he'll destabilize the fragile balance between heaven and hell, and guess where that leaves us?" Chloe's throat tightened. "So, he's the one responsible for the murders?" Maze's silence spoke volumes. By the time Chloe made it back to the precinct, the weight of Maze's revelation hung heavily on her. Lucifer was already there, his mood as dark as the storm that seemed to be brewing outside. He sat in one of the chairs across from her desk, fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest, a far cry from his usual carefree demeanor. "Detective," he greeted her, though his voice lacked its usual teasing tone. "Lucifer," Chloe said, dropping the parchment on her desk. "Maze found this. It's connected to Anael. She thinks he's trying to gather enough power to break the balance between heaven and hell." Lucifer's eyes flicked to the parchment, his jaw tightening. "Of course he is. It's just like him to pull something like this." Chloe crossed her arms, watching him. "You know more than you're letting on, Lucifer. You've known about Anael from the start, haven't you?" Lucifer's eyes met hers, the usual lightness in them replaced by something darker. "Yes. I knew." He stood up, pacing the room, his hands moving animatedly as he spoke. "Anael was part of my rebellion, but he wasn't like the others. He wasn't loyal, not to me, not to God. He thrived on chaos, on playing both sides. After the rebellion, when I fell, he disappeared. I thought he was gone for good. But now he's back," Chloe pressed. "And he's killing people." "Why?" Lucifer stopped pacing, his expression grim. "Because he wants to finish what I started. He wants to see both heaven and hell burn. And he's willing to destroy everything in his path to make it happen." Chloe shook her head. "Then we need to stop him." "It's not that simple," Lucifer replied, his voice low. "Anael is dangerous. He's been in hiding for centuries, gathering power, waiting for the perfect moment. If he's truly back, then he's already set his plan in motion. And trust me, detective, you don't want to be caught in the middle of it." Chloe's frustration flared. "Lucifer, we're already in the middle of it. People are dying. I don't care what celestial politics are involved, this is happening in my city, on my watch. We have to stop him." Lucifer's eyes softened for a moment, his usual bravado cracking just slightly. "I know, detective. But this isn't just another case. Anael is playing a game that's been going on for millennia. And I don't know if we can stop him." Later that evening, Chloe sat in her apartment, the case files spread out in front of her. Her mind was racing, the pieces of the puzzle slowly coming together, but something still didn't fit. If Anael was truly behind the murders, then why now? Why had he waited so long to resurface? Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. She stood, her heart pounding, half expecting to see Lucifer on the other side. But when she opened the door, she found Maze, her expression unreadable. "I need to show you something," Maze said, her tone serious. Chloe grabbed her coat and followed Maze out into the night, the tension between them thick. They drove in silence, the city passing by in a blur, until Maze pulled up to a dilapidated building on the outskirts of town. "This is where I found the parchment," Maze said, leading Chloe inside. The building was dark and empty, the air thick with dust and decay. Maze led her to a hidden room in the back, where the faint glow of candles flickered in the darkness. Chloe's breath caught in her throat as she stepped into the room. On the floor was a massive, intricate symbol, drawn in what looked like blood. At the center of the symbol lay a relic, a small, twisted piece of metal, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. "This is it," Maze said, her voice barely a whisper. "This is what he's using to gather power." Chloe stepped closer, her mind racing. "What is it?" "It's a fragment of something ancient," Maze replied. "Something from before the rebellion. It's tied to Anael's power. If he completes the ritual, he'll be unstoppable." Chloe's stomach churned. "So, how do we stop him?" Maze's eyes darkened. "We need to destroy it. But if we do, it'll draw Anael out. He'll know we're coming for him." Chloe glanced at the relic, her mind made up. "Then we destroy it. We can't let him finish this." Maze nodded, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "I was hoping you'd say that." Back at Lux, Chloe and Maze met Lucifer to explain their plan. Lucifer's face remained impassive as they spoke, but Chloe could see the storm brewing behind his eyes. "You realize what you're doing, right?" Lucifer said, his voice low. "If you destroy that relic, you're declaring war on Anahill. He won't stop until he's torn this city apart." Chloe stood firm, her eyes locked on his. "We don't have a choice, Lucifer. If we don't stop him now, more people will die." Lucifer's jaw clenched, and for a moment, Chloe thought he might refuse. But then he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Fine. But if we're doing this, we do it my way." Chloe nodded. "Agreed." The night stretched on as they made their preparations, knowing full well that once they destroyed the relic, there would be no turning back. Chapter 4: Descent. The dark streets of downtown Los Angeles blurred past as Chloe's car sped toward the edge of the city. Lucifer sat beside her, his usual calm replaced with something more brooding. His hands clenched and unclenched in his lap, and Chloe knew better than to pry just yet. The revelation of Anahill's plan, Maze's discovery of the relic, and the ritual they had disrupted weighed heavily on them both. But for Lucifer, this was more than a case, it was personal. "We need to understand what exactly Anahill wants," Chloe said, breaking the tense silence. "It's not just about power, is it?" Lucifer's gaze remained fixed out the window, the distant neon lights casting his face in fleeting shades of red and gold. "No. Power is just the means to an end for him." He paused, as if debating whether to say more. Finally, he turned to her. "Anahill wants revenge. On heaven, hell, and me." Chloe glanced at him, her grip tightening on the steering wheel. "Why you?" Lucifer let out a breath, running a hand through his hair. "Because I was the one who convinced him to rebel. Back in the beginning, while I was leading the charge against Father's rule. Anahill followed me, trusted me. But after the fall, I found my place in hell. He didn't. He was forgotten, cast aside. And I think he's been planning this ever since." Chloe felt the weight of his words sink in. "So, this is about revenge. He blames you for his fall." Lucifer nodded, his expression dark. "He's always been volatile. Even during the rebellion, he was more driven by rage than reason. Now, after centuries in the shadows, it seems that rage has consumed him completely." Chloe sighed, feeling the tension between them mount. "And now he's going to make the whole world pay for it." The sound of the car door slamming shut echoed through the empty alley as they arrived at their destination. The abandoned warehouse loomed before them, its windows shattered and the once grand building now a ruin of steel and concrete. Inside, they could hear the faint hum of energy, something unnatural, otherworldly. They were greeted by Maze, who had already scouted the perimeter. Her face was set in a grim expression as she motioned them inside. "He's here. I can feel it. The whole place reeks of celestial energy." Chloe glanced at Lucifer, who nodded, his usual bravado replaced by a deadly seriousness. They moved silently through the dark corridors of the warehouse, their footsteps echoing off the crumbling walls. As they neared the heart of the building, the air grew thick with an oppressive force, the kind that made the hairs on Chloe's neck stand on end. They could hear a low chanting coming from a large, open space ahead, and as they reached the doorway, they saw him. Anahill stood at the center of a vast circle, surrounded by burning candles and ancient symbols carved into the floor. His wings, once majestic and white, were now twisted and charred, their feathers stained with blood and ash. His eyes burned with an otherworldly fury, and the air around him crackled with dark energy. Lucifer's face hardened. "Anahill." The fallen angel turned, his gaze locking onto Lucifer with a mixture of hatred and satisfaction. "Lucifer Morningstar," he hissed, his voice like the grinding of metal. "Come to witness the end of your rebellion?" Chloe stepped forward, her hand on her gun, though she knew it would do little against someone like Anahil. "This ends now. Stop the ritual, and no one else has to die." Anahil's laugh echoed through the room, sharp and mocking. "You think you can stop me, mortal? This is far beyond your understanding. When I'm finished, heaven and hell will fall, and I will stand above the ashes." Lucifer took a step closer, his voice low and dangerous. "This isn't about heaven or hell, Anahil. This is about you, clinging to a grudge that's long past its expiration date." Anahil's eyes blazed. "You dare lecture me? After everything you did? You left me to rot while you took your throne in hell. You, the great fallen Morningstar, basking in your power while the rest of us were forgotten." Lucifer's jaw tightened. "I never wanted that throne. And I never wanted this. But you can still stop it. We don't have to go down this path." For a brief moment, Chloe saw something flicker in Anahil's eyes, hesitation, doubt, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by fury. "It's too late, Lucifer. I've already begun the ritual. When it's complete, I will tear down the veil between worlds. Heaven, hell, earth, they'll all be mine." Chloe's heart pounded. "Then we'll stop you." Anahil smiled, a cold, twisted smile. "You can try." The room exploded into chaos. Anahil raised his hands, and the ground beneath them shook, the symbols on the floor glowing with a dark, fiery light. Maze lunged forward, her blades gleaming as she charged at Anahil, but he was faster than she expected. With a flick of his wrist, she was thrown back against the wall, her body hitting the concrete with a sickening thud. Lucifer stepped forward, his own power radiating from him as he summoned a burst of energy. It collided with Anahil's, the force of their clash shaking the very foundations of the warehouse. Sparks flew as their powers met, and Chloe was forced to shield her eyes from the blinding light. "Stay back," Lucifer shouted to Chloe as he engaged Anahil, the two celestial beings locked in a deadly struggle. Chloe hesitated, her heart racing as she watched the battle unfold. But she couldn't just stand there. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for anything that could help, anything that could give them an edge. And then she saw it. In the corner of the room, half hidden beneath the rubble, was the relic Maze had mentioned. The one tied to Anahil's power. Without thinking, Chloe dashed toward it, her mind focused on one goal: destroy the relic, and maybe, just maybe, they could weaken Anahil enough to stop him. As she reached for it, she felt a surge of energy run through her body, like an electric shock. The relic was small, twisted, and ancient, its surface pulsing with a dark glow. Chloe gritted her teeth and yanked it from the rubble, ignoring the searing pain that shot through her hand as she held it. "Chloe!" Maze's voice rang out from across the room, warning her of the danger, but Chloe was already moving. She hurled the relic onto the ground, smashing it against the concrete with all her strength. For a moment, nothing happened. And then, with a deafening roar, the relic shattered, releasing a wave of energy that knocked everyone in the room off their feet. Anahil screamed, clutching at his chest as his power faltered, the dark glow around him flickering like a dying flame. Lucifer, seizing the moment, unleashed a final burst of energy, sending Anahil crashing to the ground. The fallen angel lay there, his once mighty form broken, his wings tattered and charred. For a moment, there was only silence. The air hung heavy with the aftermath of the battle, and Chloe slowly got to her feet, her heart pounding in her chest. Lucifer approached Anael, standing over him with a mixture of pity and regret. "You could have walked away from this, Anael." Anael's voice was weak, but filled with venom. "You don't understand. This world, it's broken. Heaven and hell, they've both failed." Lucifer's gaze hardened. "Maybe they have. But this isn't the way to fix it." Anael coughed, blood trickling from his mouth. "It's too late for me." Chloe stepped forward, her voice steady despite the fear still coursing through her. "It doesn't have to be." Anael's eyes closed, his body going limp as his final breath left him. Chapter 5, Wrath. The night air was thick with tension, as if Los Angeles itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to break. Chloe sat in her car, staring out into the glowing city skyline, her mind churning with all they had uncovered. Anael's plan, his thirst for revenge, it was all crashing down on her, and she knew they were running out of time. Every moment they delayed, the more certain it became that Anael would succeed in his apocalyptic scheme. Lucifer sat beside her, unnervingly quiet, his usual charm replaced with something darker, more introspective. His gaze was distant, locked on some invisible point outside the window, but Chloe could feel the weight of his thoughts. "We can stop this, you know," Chloe said, breaking the silence. Lucifer turned to face her, his eyes gleaming under the streetlights. "Can we?" His voice was softer than she expected, edged with uncertainty. "Anael has been planning this for centuries. He's manipulated heaven, hell, and earth alike. I've faced my fair share of celestial threats, but this feels different." Chloe frowned, her determination unwavering. "It doesn't matter how long he's been planning. We've stopped worse. We've stopped gods, for crying out loud. We can stop one more." Lucifer's lips quirked into a faint smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Yes, but what will it cost us this time?" Before Chloe could respond, her phone buzzed on the dashboard. She glanced at the screen, Amenadiel. She picked up immediately. "Amenadiel, what's going on?" "I've found something," Amenadiel's voice crackled over the line, urgency clear. "There's a way to stop him. But it's not without consequences." Chloe's heart sank. "What kind of consequences?" "Meet me at Lux. I'll explain there." The line went dead. Lucifer gave her a long, measured look. "That doesn't sound promising." "It never does," Chloe muttered, throwing the car into gear. Lux was unusually quiet when they arrived, the usual hum of nightlife absent. Instead, Amenadiel and Maze stood at the center of the empty club, waiting. The tension between them was palpable, a silent acknowledgement that this was no ordinary night. "Tell me you've got something, brother," Lucifer said, walking up to Amenadiel. Amenadiel's expression was grim. "I've been combing through old texts, divine records that even I didn't know existed. Anael's plan isn't just about breaking the balance between heaven and hell. It's about reshaping reality itself. He's not just after revenge, he wants to remake the entire order of the universe." Maze scoffed, her arms crossed. "Of course he does. That's what they all want. Power. Chaos. It's always the same story." "No, this is different," Amenadiel pressed, his brow furrowed. Anael's ritual is designed to tap into the very fabric of creation. If he succeeds, he'll be able to rewrite the rules that govern heaven, hell, and earth. He'll be unstoppable. Lucifer's eyes darkened. "So, what's the plan to stop him?" Amaniel hesitated. There's a way, but it requires something from you, Lucifer. Chloe's stomach dropped. What kind of something? Amaniel turned to his brother, his voice heavy. To stop Anael, we need to disrupt the celestial order before he can. That means someone of great power, someone like you, has to willingly give up their status. It would temporarily destabilize the hierarchy, make it impossible for Anael to complete his ritual. Lucifer's expression remained unreadable, but Chloe could see the shift in his eyes. You're asking me to fall again. May stiffened, her gaze snapping to Lucifer. No. There has to be another way. Amaniel shook his head. There isn't. Anael is drawing on power older than we can comprehend. We need to cut him off before it's too late. Lucifer's status as the former ruler of hell makes him the only one capable of breaking the ritual. Lucifer's silence was deafening. Chloe stepped forward, her voice low but firm. Lucifer, no! There has to be another way. But Lucifer's gaze was distant, his mind clearly turning over the decision. If I do this, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, there's no guarantee I'll be able to come back. No guarantee I'll even survive. Chloe felt her heart twist. Then don't do it. Lucifer looked at her, his eyes softening. And what happens if I don't? Anael wins. The world as we know it ends. I can't. I won't let that happen, detective. A silence stretched between them, the weight of the decision hanging heavy in the air. Finally, Lucifer straightened, his familiar smirk making a brief appearance. Well, then. Looks like I'm saving the world, again. Maze's voice was sharp, almost pleading. Lucifer, if you do this, you won't be the same. You might lose everything. Lucifer's smirk faded, and for the first time, Chloe saw fear in his eyes. I know. The plan was set. They had hours, maybe less, before Anael completed the final stages of his ritual. Lucifer's sacrifice would be the linchpin, destabilizing the celestial power structure just long enough to disrupt Anael's plan. But they would need to strike fast and with precision. As they made their way to the ritual site, Chloe felt the tension building. The city seemed quieter, darker, as if the very air was holding its breath for what was about to come. The abandoned church where Anael had set up his ritual loomed ahead, its broken windows casting eerie shadows on the ground. The sky above it was roiling with dark clouds, lit with flashes of strange, otherworldly light. This is it, Maze said, her voice low and tense. Chloe could see the glow of the ritual inside, the air thick with energy that made her skin crawl. Anael's power was growing, and they were running out of time. Lucifer turned to them, his expression calm but resolute. I'll go in first. Disrupt the ritual. Once the power breaks, you take him down. Chloe's chest tightened. You don't have to do this, Lucifer. He smiled, that familiar, infuriatingly charming smile. Ah, but I do, detective. Someone has to be the hero. Before Chloe could say anything more, Lucifer strode forward, disappearing into the church. The air around them seemed to hum with anticipation, the ground trembling slightly beneath their feet. Inside the church, the ritual was in full swing. Anael stood at the center of a massive sigil, his wings spread wide, his hands raised as he chanted in a language Chloe didn't understand but instinctively feared. The energy swirling around him was palpable, a dark vortex that seemed to pull at the very fabric of reality. Lucifer walked calmly toward him, his presence immediately disrupting the flow of energy. Anael's eyes snapped open, locking onto Lucifer with fury. "You think you can stop me, Morningstar?" Lucifer's smirk was cold. "I know I can." With a sudden surge of power, Lucifer stepped into the sigil and everything exploded into chaos. The energy around them shattered like glass, and the church trembled as Lucifer's celestial power collided with Anael's. The very air seemed to crack and bend, reality warping as the ritual collapsed around them. "Now!" Lucifer shouted, his voice strained as he held back the torrent of energy. Maze and Chloe rushed forward, their weapons drawn, as Anael staggered back, his power faltering. Chloe's heart raced as she aimed her gun, firing at Anael in a desperate attempt to weaken him. The bullet ripped through the air, but Anael was faster than Chloe expected. He raised his hand, deflecting the shot with a wave of his dark energy. The force sent Chloe stumbling backward, her balance thrown off by the sheer power Anael wielded. "You think a mortal weapon can stop me?" Anael growled, his voice echoing through the crumbling walls of the church. His eyes, burning with celestial fury, locked onto Chloe, and for a moment she felt the weight of eternity bearing down on her. But she didn't falter. Maze was already on the move, her blades gleaming in the flickering light of the dying ritual. She leapt at Anael with deadly precision, her demon instincts honed from centuries of battle. Anael turned to face her, summoning a wall of energy between them, but Maze was relentless. She sliced through the barrier, her strikes aiming for his wings, his source of power. Lucifer, still holding the collapsing ritual in check, watched with strained focus, his body trembling under the immense force of the energy around him. "Faster," he shouted, his voice cracking under the pressure. Chloe's eyes darted around the room, desperate for another way to weaken Anael. The sigil was still glowing faintly on the floor, pulsating with what remained of his ritual. If she could disrupt it further, maybe it would destabilize Anael completely. Her gaze landed on a nearby piece of debris, part of the church's collapsed roof. It was jagged and heavy, but it would be enough. She didn't hesitate. Grabbing the debris with both hands, Chloe hoisted it up, charging toward the sigil at full speed. With a grunt, she hurled the debris onto the center of the sigil, shattering its delicate lines. The energy flickered, the glow dying out. Anael's eyes widened as his connection to the ritual severed, his power faltering further. "No!" he roared, his wings flickering, their once mighty glow dimming. Maze seized the moment, slashing through the air and catching one of Anael's wings with her blade. He screamed, the pain radiating through the room, and staggered backward, his power unraveling by the second. Lucifer, sensing the shift, forced himself forward, stepping fully into the broken sigil. His body glowed with the remnants of his own celestial power, and with a final surge, he unleashed a blast of energy that slammed into Anael. The impact sent the fallen angel crashing into the altar, his wings torn and his body broken. Anael struggled to rise, his once fearsome form reduced to a shadow of what it had been. He glared at Lucifer, hatred burning in his eyes. "You think this ends with me?" Lucifer approached him slowly, his steps deliberate. "No, Anael. It ends with you." And with one swift motion, Lucifer drove his hand into Anael's chest, the last remnants of his power seeping into the fallen angel's core. Anael gasped, his body convulsing as the energy overwhelmed him. His wings disintegrated into ash, and in moments, Anael was no more, reduced to nothing but dust and echoes. The church fell silent. The oppressive weight of the celestial energy lifted, leaving the room eerily still. Chloe stood there, breathing heavily, her hands trembling as the adrenaline began to fade. Maze sheathed her blades, her gaze fixed on the place where Anael had stood just moments ago. "It's over," she muttered, but her voice lacked its usual sharpness. There was no triumph in her tone, only exhaustion. Lucifer remained in the center of the room, his eyes fixed on the ashes. His shoulders sagged, and for the first time, Chloe saw just how much the fight had cost him. "Lucifer?" Chloe's voice was soft, almost hesitant. He didn't turn to face her, his voice barely a whisper. "It's done, Detective. He's gone." But something in his tone sent a chill through her. It wasn't relief. It was resignation. Chloe took a step forward. "What's wrong?" "We stopped him." "You stopped him." Lucifer finally turned, and the look in his eyes made her heart sink. "At what cost?" His voice was laced with a deep sorrow, one that Chloe hadn't heard before. The energy he had used to destroy Anael, to break the ritual, had taken more from him than she realized. His once vibrant aura was dim, and there was a hollowness to him that hadn't been there before. He had given up more than his celestial power. He had given up a part of himself. "I can feel it, Chloe," he whispered, stepping closer. "I'm not the same. Something's missing." Chloe shook her head, refusing to believe it. "No, Lucifer, we'll figure it out. You'll be fine." But even as she said the words, she wasn't sure. Anael's ritual had changed everything. The balance between heaven, hell, and earth had shifted, and she had no idea what that meant for Lucifer or for the world. Maze approached, her expression uncharacteristically soft. "You're not lost yet, Lucifer. We'll figure it out. Like we always do." Lucifer smiled faintly, but it was a shadow of his usual grin. "Let's hope you're right, Mazikeen." The night stretched long and dark outside the church, and as the three of them walked into the night, the weight of what they had just prevented settled heavily on their shoulders. But as Chloe glanced up at Lucifer, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was still coming, something even worse. And it was coming for him. Chapter 6: The Price. The abandoned church loomed like a forgotten relic against the turbulent sky, its cracked walls and shattered windows now framing the final stand between heaven, hell, and earth. Inside, the air was thick with an oppressive energy, an echo of the celestial battle that was about to unfold. Chloe stood just outside the church doors, her heart pounding in her chest as she stared at the ancient structure. She could feel the weight of the coming storm, not just in the physical sense, but something deeper, an unraveling of the balance between the realms. And at the center of it all was Lucifer. She looked at him, standing beside her, his face calm yet distant, as if the weight of his past and future hung in the space between them. This battle, this choice, wasn't just about stopping Anael anymore. It was about what Lucifer would become, what he would lose. "I'm going in," Lucifer said, his voice quiet but resolute. There was no bravado left, no sarcastic quip to ease the tension. This was real, and the gravity of it was written all over his face. Chloe grabbed his arm, pulling him back for a moment. "Lucifer, there has to be another way. You don't have to do this." He turned to her, his gaze softening as he met her eyes. "Detective, I've spent millennia running from who I am, from what I am. And now, I have to face it. I have to stop him." She shook her head, fighting the emotions threatening to overwhelm her. "You've faced worse. We've faced worse. There's always another way." Lucifer smiled, a sad, tired smile that tugged at Chloe's heart. "Not this time." Before she could say more, the sound of a distant explosion echoed from inside the church, shaking the ground beneath them. The ritual had begun again. Anael was moving forward, and they were running out of time. "We're with you," Maze's voice cut through the tension as she stepped forward, her blades already drawn. "Let's end this." Lucifer nodded, his expression hardening as he turned toward the church. "Then let's finish it." Inside the church, the sigil on the floor blazed with an unnatural light, casting eerie shadows against the walls. Anael stood at the center, his wings spread wide, his hands raised as he chanted in the ancient tongue. The energy swirling around him had grown darker, more chaotic, as he pulled from the very essence of creation itself. Lucifer stepped into the circle of light, his presence immediately disrupting the flow of energy. The sigil flickered, as if sensing the opposing force. Anael's eyes snapped open, locking onto Lucifer with a look of pure hatred. "You're too late, Morningstar. The balance is already shifting. Heaven, hell, none of it will survive." Lucifer's voice was calm, but beneath it lay an undercurrent of anger. "You've always wanted to see the world burn, Anael. But this ends here." Anael sneered, his wings shimmering with dark energy. "You think you can stop me? You, who led the rebellion and abandoned your cause. You're a joke, Lucifer." Lucifer's expression didn't waver. "Maybe. But at least I know what I am." With that, the air exploded into chaos. Chloe and Maze moved quickly, darting between the swirling torrents of energy that lashed out like living things. Chloe could feel the power in the room. It was suffocating, pressing down on her with a force that made her bones ache. But they had no choice. Anael was too strong to face head-on, not while he was tethered to the sigil. "We need to disrupt the ritual," Chloe shouted over the roar of energy. "It's the only way to weaken him." Maze nodded, already moving toward the sigil, her blades flashing as she prepared to strike. But Anael wasn't about to let them get that far. With a flick of his hand, a wave of dark energy surged toward them, slamming into Maze and sending her crashing into the far wall. Chloe barely had time to react before she, too, was thrown back, the force knocking the breath from her lungs. "Do you really think you can stop me?" Anael's voice boomed, his power filling the space around him like a storm. "I am beyond heaven and hell now. I am the storm." Lucifer struggled to hold the collapsing energy in check, his body trembling under the strain. "Chloe! The artifact! It's in Lux!" Chloe's mind raced, trying to make sense of his words. The artifact, the one tied to Lucifer's former glory. It was the key. She pushed herself to her feet, ignoring the pain shooting through her body. "We need to get to Lux," she shouted to Maze, who was already staggering to her feet. But before they could move, Anael unleashed another wave of energy, and this time it hit Lucifer full force. "Lucifer!" Chloe screamed, watching in horror as Lucifer was thrown to the ground, his body convulsing from the impact. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze. Chloe's heart pounded in her chest as she ran to him, dropping to her knees beside his motionless form. His eyes were closed, his skin pale, too pale. "Lucifer, no," she whispered, her hands trembling as she reached for him. Maze was there in an instant, her face set in grim determination. "We need to finish this. Now." Chloe looked up at her, tears burning in her eyes. "What do we do?" Maze's gaze hardened. "The artifact. It's the only way. Go." Chloe hesitated for a moment, torn between staying with Lucifer and stopping Anael. But she knew Maze was right. If they didn't stop him now, Lucifer's sacrifice would mean nothing. With a deep breath, Chloe nodded and ran from the church, her heart racing as she made her way to Lux. Lux was dark, the usual glow of neon lights extinguished. Chloe raced through the empty club, her mind focused on one thing, the artifact hidden deep within the building. She had seen it before, in Lucifer's private collection. He had always been protective of it, and now she understood why. She found the artifact where she had last seen it, tucked away in a hidden alcove. It was small, unassuming, but it pulsed with a faint glow, a remnant of Lucifer's former power. Without hesitation, she grabbed it and ran back to the church. When she arrived, the scene was even worse than when she had left. Annael's power had grown, the sigil now glowing with an almost blinding light. Maze was barely holding her own against the onslaught of energy, her movements slower, more labored. Chloe ran to her, the artifact clutched tightly in her hand. "This is it," she said, breathless. Maze nodded, her eyes locking onto the sigil. "Then let's finish this." Together, they approached the center of the church, the artifact pulsing in Chloe's hand. The moment they stepped into the sigil's light, Annael's eyes widened, his expression shifting from confidence to fear. "No," he growled, stepping back. "You can't." But it was too late. Chloe slammed the artifact onto the center of the sigil, and the effect was immediate. The sigil's glow flickered and died, the energy around it collapsing in on itself. Annael screamed, his wings disintegrating into ash as the power he had so carefully cultivated was ripped away from him. In the chaos, Maze lunged forward, her blade slicing through what remained of Annael's form. His scream echoed through the church, but in moments he was gone, nothing more than dust and shadows. Chloe stood there, her heart pounding, the artifact still pulsing faintly in her hand. It was over. She turned to where Lucifer lay, her breath catching in her throat as she saw him stirring. "Lucifer," she whispered, rushing to his side. His eyes fluttered open, and for a moment he looked up at her, his usual smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Well, that was dramatic. Chloe let out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding, tears of relief filling her eyes. "You idiot," she muttered, her voice thick with emotion. Lucifer chuckled weakly, his hand reaching for hers. "I've been called worse." Maze approached, her expression softening for just a moment as she looked down at Lucifer. "You're not off the hook yet, Morningstar." Lucifer smiled, but the exhaustion was clear. "I wouldn't dream of it, Mazikeen." Chloe helped him to his feet, her heart still racing from the intensity of the bow. "It's over," she said softly, more to herself than to anyone else. Lucifer's gaze darkened slightly, his smile fading. "For now." Chloe frowned, but before she could ask what he meant, Lucifer squeezed her hand, pulling her toward the exit. "Let's go, detective. I think we've earned a drink." As they stepped into the cool night air, Chloe couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted. The balance between heaven, hell, and earth had been restored, but at what cost? Lucifer's grip on her hand tightened, and for a moment she felt the faintest flicker of uncertainty from him. But whatever the future held, they would face it together. The shadows might have retreated for now, but she knew, deep down, that they were never truly gone. And this was just the beginning. Don't forget to like this video if you're enjoying this story, and be sure to check out the other adventures we've shared here on Moon's Fairy Tales. Leave a comment below and let us know what you think of Lucifer's tales, and what stories or tales you'd like to see next. Your input shapes the future of the channel, so we can't wait to hear from you.